Good evening, everybody. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Hope everybody's having a good week so far. Welcome on in, Frost King, Lunar Wind, Cool Cats, Darples, Daniel, Tavio, Elven Dead, Boniface, Panis. Nice streak, by the way. Welcome in, Chair, Neil. Hope everybody's doing well. Hello, Bite. Hello, Meaty Spag. Hello, Jones. You were inspired to Evil by Brandish. If anybody hasn't seen all of the enhancements that Jones has made for Fear and Hunger, you should take a look. They're quite remarkable, is what I would say. Yeah, you can go ahead and link it. Also, hello, Bridge Burner. I am very excited because today I get to play more Sewerlust, the new Megawad by the Waffle House Doom mapping crew, many of whom are here in the chat. I got through the first episode last week. Episode 2 looks quite a bit meatier, so we'll see how far I get. Also, hello, Brocione. Also, if you need to download it, here you go. Though it is on RC2 now, so hopefully that link isn't broken. Nope, that works just fine. I am on Release Candidate 2 now, however. I did remember to update. I know that changed earlier this afternoon. As a general reminder for Doom streams, because a lot of this Megawad has custom music for all of its maps, let me just see which ones are bespoke here in Episode 2. Many of them, it looks like. When it's a bespoke MIDI, unless it has looped several times, I will not be doing karaoke redeems. If too many people do them, I'll just turn it off. But I want to hear the music that Nova wrote. I'm quite excited. I'm just going to get right into it, because we got a lot of maps to look at. So let us go to the dooming screen here. Also, the very second I started talking, my cat began demanding attention. Hello, Simon. Come here. All right, cat in my lap. What do you want, buddy? You just want attention? Is that it? I think it is. Oh God, he's just standing on me. All right, Simon, go on. Get off my lap, bud. Oh. You had to burp? I don't know if you could hear that little cat sneeze or burp. Oh, he's headbutting the microphone. Simon, come on, get down. Get down, buddy. Come on. There we go. He did not want to get off my lap. Simon, you know Daddy's streaming. Don't hop on my lap. There, that's a mild reproach. Though Simon did nothing wrong, truly. Let's see. Let me just make sure I'm on RC2 here. And we are. Let me also just make sure that I've got my stream monitor pulled up. And then we're good to go. I think it's really just even simpler than that, Darples. I think he hears my voice and is like, oh yeah, I could get free attention here. Anyway, let us go to the Drowned Abyss. Map 13, Before the Flood, 467 enemies. So let's just get straight into it. I heard an Archie straight off. We can do a little better there. Yeah, right. Who else would I be talking to if not him? That would just be silly. Why'd I punch the barrels? Why not? You can safely punch barrels in Doom. Just gotta be sick with it, like me. Hell of a start here. Let's go. I love any time I get to do, like, chain gun slaughter mapping, you know? Yeah, it's exactly Jones. It's like that. Okay, so that's a kill you dead. Good to know. Let's let the pinkies guard me here. We don't want to accidentally walk into... I really don't need to be doing this much berserk work. It's just kind of fun. You know? Sometimes you feel like doing a punch. Also, if you can't punch safely a barrel in Doom, you gotta practice. It's a relevant dooming skill that you should work to acquire. I've always wondered, does that, like, punching into sand actually work? I mean, it must do something or people wouldn't do it. You know? So the secret maps are on... Start from map 15, yeah? Does work, but it fucks your hands up. I mean, isn't that the point? Ho ho ho. Given a mega for free? Turns it into a weapon that can no longer write. That is not a worthy trade-off. Gotta love a Lost Soul heavy fight where your main weapon's a rocket. Okay, worry about map 32 when we get there. Sounds like a plan to me. In the sludge. Alright, I definitely could have handled this fight better, but this wasn't horrible. They were indeed no, but it probably wasn't helped by me ignoring them at the start of the fight, so kinda my fault. But what can you do? That's gonna open up. But when? I know that center is just full of dudes. There's no world in which it's not, you know? Yep. gotta go through this mess. Oh. Very close. But I think I might be okay. Fuck. I took out all of the Archies and then just died to a Mancubus. I was doing alright there, too. Alright. Let's be a little smarter. I had to jinx it. Streamers love their instant karma moments. You know? Only 3 Archies. We're okay. Yeah, throwing for content. That's the charitable way to describe what I just did. Rather than just bad gameplay. Look, 3 Archies is not that many. You know, in the grand scheme of things, it's fairly kind. Like, that was a wholly reasonable fight. Also, beyond just, you know, the concept of throwing for content, I know this might sound like cope, but streaming does take part of your, you know, brain to do, so you can't just, you know, 100% focus on your gameplay. Whoop. I'm not gonna count that one against me. So if anything, the fact that I play relatively well while streaming, I think speaks pretty well, you know, to my overall dooming. I'm not a great player by any means, but I'm not too shabby. Let's see. That feels like a secret to me. Good, Dirkus, we've only just begun. No, thought that might have been a secret, but it was not. Don't you love that sound? The chorus of a million shrieks. I've maneuvered very poorly. This doesn't seem to be the way, but maybe I'll play well. I didn't play well. Yeah, unclogging the toilet one revenant at a time. I hope Archviles can feel pain. Well, actually, we know that they can. They have a pain state. Ergo, they must be able to feel pain. And I hope it hurts, like, really, really bad. You know? Oh, this is ruthless. Oh, wait, no, that's brilliant. Hold on. I go up here, many of those revenants are going to run directly into that death field. You did the same thing in playtesting? I mean, I had to, you know, run out there to beat a hasty retreat, you know, initially anyway. So I'm wondering, how much can I do with this? I haven't figured out how to get to the Megasphere secret yet, so that's not on the table for me. But this is working a treat. I was fighting them head-on before, and it wasn't going badly. But I like this more. Hello, Blue Sharks. How's it going? Oops. I think that was our last Archie. Oh, not our last Revenant. So it's not perfect. That wasn't too bad, though. I do not know. Yep, I'm on RC2, my Alden. Whoops. Can I not sneak by here? Well, that's no good. There is more health in this prior fight. Now, how do I get to that Megasphere secret is the real question. Looks like a teleport. The Dooman's good, Linguini. I thought he should have died for that. Use the Archvile? I don't think the Archvile would help, would it? That looks like it's got to be the way, but I don't see a switch. Is there a switch cleverly hidden somewhere around here, maybe? Not that I see. Doesn't mean there isn't one, just means I don't see it. Hello, Obero, how you doing? Pretty obscure. I mean, if I don't find him, I can make do without him, you know. I think kind of a hybrid approach here is probably my best bet. You know, fight as much as I can down here head on. And then retreat to the relative safety of up here. Well, good news, Overo. There may be big Telly news coming soon. By which I mean the Telly resource pack is now available for folks to use. Well, generally, if it's a complaint woozle, that would mean bad. If they comment, the secrets were hard to find, but I found them, that's probably positive. Yeah, can we get some Telly twerks in chat? Am I the official Telly VTuber? I think I'm one of the only ones. Possibly the only. The Telly-pilled are few and far between, sadly. I know there are other Doom streamers that have played Telly, but I don't know about VTubers specifically. You know, I thought about a Telly model, and doing it myself, but I didn't want to do that much work and learn a new skill for a one-off joke. This would have been a good spot to hide a secret switch. This ledge I don't think I'm really supposed to be on. Oh. There we go. Wait. I think that activated. I heard something open and close. Right, live and die for the bit. How long have I been playing Doom? More than 30 years now. Been playing Doom since my father brought home the, you know, Doom 1 Episode 1 shareware floppy from a friend at work. And then we got the Ultimate Doom. No, then we got Doom 2. Then we got the Ultimate Doom. Then Final Doom. So it will have to wait a map or two, Hanabi. But rest assured, we will not pass a Wednesday without hearing that most important of songs. Actually, I found a couple CDs you might all find rather interesting the other day. One being the old Ultimate Doom CD from 1995. Another being a shareware CD with Doom, Ken's Labyrinth, and a couple others. Duke Nukem 3D CD. Basically, I found a lot of my old CDs. So lots of potential there. No, I didn't find one of those. I could, you know, go buy one of those, and I might want to. But these are ones that I had, you know, 30 years ago. So they have nostalgic value in that sense. Archaic discs important to the development of Prof Bloom VTuber as a video gamist. Oh, that was close. Don't love getting stuck behind flyers. What do I think of Doom Eternal? I didn't care for it very much, Jumbo Scorpions. I liked Doom 2016 better. Doom Eternal for me just didn't land. Mostly I felt like a lot of the gameplay systems that they were putting together just are kind of both not things I generally tend to enjoy, but also ones that I think are at odds with good Doom level design. Gold first mass souls, that's easy. Puritans are responsible for almost every social repression you can think of in America. Blame it on them. New Doom does also have a tone issue for me, but that's secondary to what I dislike about the gameplay. Which for me, you know, as somebody who pistol starts classic Doom as his preferred way to play, when you turn enemies into resources, you know, for gathering ammunition, etc., I think that kind of undoes that delicate balancing act. Okay, not a hell-revealed shoot-in-the-darkness kind of switch. So when you've moved away from levels being, you know, tightly crafted experiences where there's always going to be enough resource on the map to clear it, you know, that's the whole point of pistol starting, is that you can beat the map with the resources that are given to you at the start. Doom Eternal sort of does away with that by making the enemies into farm resources. I also just don't like glory kills in general, because to me it has the problem of... a big problem I had with Final Fantasy 13, actually, of you'll press a button and then you'll watch something cool happen, and you think, oh, boy, I wish I got to do that cool thing. Instead I pressed a button and watched it happen, instead of feeling like I'm the one doing it. So, like, those cool fights I just did, you know, I did that. I feel like I did that because I did. Do you know what I mean? And when you set Doom Guy up in lore, which one I don't think we need at all, but it's like, oh, he's this super epic, super tough guy that, you know, he's what the demons are afraid of. It's just kind of corny, because to me a lot of the fun and appeal of classic Doom comes from that razor's edge between fragility and power. So making it, you know, a power fantasy wherein you're the super duper ultra badass guy, I think works against the thrill you get from, you know, always being close to death. You know, I should be one bad Revenant missile away from dying at all times, is how I feel. I've missed one enemy somewhere. I can live with that. Unless... oh no, I think it's right over there. There we go. Hey, Vile, how's it going? I know you were playing this last week. Did you finish it? I've just started episode 2. Awesome map before the flood. Pretty kick-ass, if I may say. I didn't find the secrets, but that's alright. Who needs them? Alright, next up, The Stalkers by Nova. Do I think QTEs are good or bad? Neither. I think it really depends on how they're integrated into the game, and if they make sense. Yes, it does, Cool Cats. where am I going now? Oh, ho, ho, all right. I see. So it's like that. Whoops. The thing with QTEs, my specific bugbear with them, I think a QTE that's asking you to do an action you regularly do in the game anyway, like jump, should always be tied to the button that does that action normally, so that your, own good reflex of hitting the right button is what saves you. Do you see what I mean? Like, if you're telling me I gotta jump, that QTE damn well better be the jump button. Not just some random button on the controller. And again, I'm just also thinking of, like, Resident Evil 4, where the QTEs are, thrilling and very exciting. Again, it's that kind of knife edge. Quite literally in that case. So I apologize for having trouble keeping up with chat. There's a lot happening in this map. Yeah, see that? Even though I love Bayonetta 1, that style of QuickTime event, I think is just not very fun. Revengeance uses the same buttons for QTEs, if I'm remembering right. This map's quite full on from the word go, it seems. Not a bad thing, but... That sounds awful, Hanabi. What game? DM it to me. Because that sounds very funny. Kind of awful, but... so brazen that I almost respect it. Is it Ashura's Wrath? Remember that game pulling some kind of bullshit. The thing with the glory kills in Doom is that rather than enhancing gameplay, for me, okay, that's not the right way. Rather than enhancing gameplay, for me, they were continually taking me out of it. Now, I'm aware that, that's mostly just taste. I don't think they're objectively good or bad. I just don't like them very much. That's a separate thing entirely. Are those lifts, and do they ever finish going down? They are, and they do. Good to see. Had to nerf it a few times. Well, I'm gonna do my best. Oh, I see that secret switch. Secret rocket launcher could prove very helpful later on. There's a map this reminds me of, and I'm not remembering what, but it feels a lot like an Eternity 2 map. And I do mean that positively. I have played Shaolin Monks. I think I rented that way back. I remember it being quite fun. This is bad. Speaking of non-fighting game Mortal Kombat's, I gotta stream Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero. Because that's like the most Bloom Core game imaginable. And I do mean that positively. Yeah, exactly, Elvin Dead. Oh, speaking of dogshit games, when I got home from my rehearsal last night, felt compelled to keep trying Sword of Sodan. It was for N64 and PlayStation, but I would recommend the PlayStation version over the N64 because of the FMV cutscenes. There we go, that's what I needed. But I was playing some Sword of Sodan last night, and I got to the final boss very quickly. I'm pretty good at levels 1 through 6 now. And again, the final boss just kept doing the looping his first form thing for me over and over and over, which sucks. I have, however, gotten some more tips on how to do it. So maybe I've gotten him to transform twice. That's it. It's not a good game. But I feel very compelled to try to beat it, you know? Serious Sam 3, I've only played first and second encounter, and I think 2, which was the console one. They get a little too tedious for me, and I say this is somebody who likes Doom slaughter mapping. Serious Sam, I don't think has gameplay quite as interesting as classic Doom. Just doesn't hit the same spot, you know. That can't be what I should focus on. Right. I maintain that I think classic Doom has the best weapon and monster lineup of any classic shooting game. It's sublime. What am I missing over here? And the way Doom works together with, you know, the platforming, speed of movement, positioning. Well, good luck cleaning it up, Lyles. Quake's okay for pacing. Quake is a much, much better multiplayer game than single-player game, in my opinion. That was unfortunate. Okay, that's a blue key card. Just to mention the machine, the new Quake episode that came out recently. Oh, this is bad. Oh, we're dead. For me, Quake is just... it's fine. A lot of people assume that I must love it because I like Doom. Whoa! Okay. Got some cool silent teleport trickery going on. Thing is, Doom managed to get practically every single thing right the first try. Are there any I like over the original game? Well, there are some where I have no experience of the original game because the original is, you know, a Japanese computer exclusive game that never saw light of day outside of Japan. Think like a lot of PC-88 titles that later got ported to, you know, Famicom, Super Famicom, etc. Like, I love East 1 and 2 on TurboGrafx CD. I don't know what they're like on PC-88. Haven't played them. So in that case, yeah, I guess you could say I like the remaster over the original. So that's, you know, how do you want to consider it is part of that question then. I gotta figure out where I'm going now. For me, a lot of my thing with remakes is it's not that I don't think you should ever make them. It's that it makes me sad that so many people will beg for a remake or a remaster of an old game instead of just playing it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can just play whatever game you're thinking of. Like, for 90% of them, there is almost no barrier to entry. If you want to play an old title, it has literally never been easier, ever. Games are the most accessible they have ever been. By a lot. Right, the original Resident Evil. There's no excuse. I know I was talking about this on Monday. I think we need a better distinction between, you know, I'm interested in, you know, X gaming franchise, or I think the setting is cool, I think the characters are cool. Can say, I enjoyed watching somebody else play Resident Evil and I don't really feel like playing it myself. That's fine. But I think then if you want to say, are you a fan of a game if you haven't and won't play it? You know, the game is kind of the thing. And I don't know why it specifically is Resident Evil that keeps coming up, because it's not like these are long, challenging, or hard-to-access games. You can beat them in an afternoon or a weekend. Like, they're not hard. Like, kids and teens figured them out no problem. Just, you know, that's who they were for. There's the yellow key switch. I think a big part of the conversation really, though, should be why is it so important to you to be part of a fandom instead of just playing something? You know, obviously it's fun to talk with people about, you know, things you both like and are mutually interested in. But of course you're not going to have good conversations about a game series if you can't talk about the gameplay. And watching a video or watching a stream of somebody else playing something is no more, you know, a substitute for playing it than, you know, I can watch a first-person perspective video of a roller coaster and say, wow, that was super cool. I'd like to go on that. But I didn't ride the roller coaster because I watched the video. It increased my interest, maybe. Right, you can just say, no, I don't want to play them. That's fine. Like, you don't have to make up excuses. Or frame it as some kind of accessibility conversation when there are very few games more accessible than Resident Evil, specifically. Like, the barrier to entry for Resident Evil is almost as low as the barrier of entry for, like, Super Mario Brothers. You know? Right, Tavio, I don't think, though, that either you or Nova would say, you know, oh, I played such and such WAD. You know, you'd say, oh, I watched so-and-so play it. It seemed interesting. Do you know what I mean? Or, you know, knowing people who play Doom, you'd probably watch it and then say, oh, I gotta play that myself now. That's going right to the top of my, you know, playlist. I'm sure, Lyles, there is a last remnant fandom out there for you. Let's see. Oh, I thought maybe I could get out of there. All right. Get all that mess up there. Yeah. Huge Persona... Has Persona 5 taken over that meme from Earthbound fans? You know, huge Earthbound fans excited to play game for first time? No, I just hit the bricks, Nova. Yeah, I love Persona 5. I've played Smash Brothers. The funny thing to me about that meme with those games specifically is that Earthbound for a long time, unless you know, emulated, was hard to, you know, get your hands on and play. Now it's extremely easy. But, like, Persona 5 is one of the best-selling, you know, JRPGs in decades. So have a good one, Neil.
Hello,
Hello, Gundam Builder. Thank you for the follow. There's so many Darkstalkers fans that haven't played it that the series is dead forever because Capcom doesn't see any financial incentive to make one. Anybody making an ironic dating sim should be forced to try to get, like, the, you know, Shiori route on Tokimemo without a guide, and should be beaten severely if they can't. Darkstalkers are not dead. Now, Toho, there's so much secondary material. That's, you know, a little more understandable to me. Darkstalkers is an old Capcom fighting series. Very, very fun. That unfortunately has not had a new entry since, what, 1998? Bullet hells are pretty demanding. Toho is a very kind entry point if you want to get into Danmaku style game. It's quite easy, you know, relative. You're not talking about cave shmups, you know. So one sec, I gotta stretch my wrist. I feel like by the nature of just what Toho is, secondaries are more understandable. Alright. Mushihime is super fun. I think that's on Steam now. Or has been for a while. I know a lot of cave shmups are. Actually, shmups are a great reason to have an Xbox 360 if you didn't already have one. There were a lot of Japanese shmups that really only came out on 360. And still, Raiden Ace's, you know, best version is on the 360. Even the recent Switch homeport has pretty bad input lag. Oh, I've seen that guy, American Pineapple. He's very cool. Got Death Smiles 1 and 2, Cave Shmups, Psycho shooting games. One thing I have found pretty funny, now that I'm, you know, working to get my PC98 set up for streaming, a bunch of people have asked me, like, oh, are you going to play the PC98 Toho games? Not really. That's not what I'm interested in on the platform, particularly. Probably eventually, but it's not why I, you know, got one. Should be trying to use that Cyber Demon for more, but I didn't even know there was a Mushihime-sama dungeon crawler. How is it? Well, that's like how Doom RPG, you know, was stuck on mobile for the longest time. Might still be, though I think there was a native port. And you can obviously play it on a J2ME emulator. Hello, DSLR. I walked directly into that one. What if I just kill the Cyber Demon and then focus on stuff? Is that viable? Or even smart to consider. Probably not to both of those points, but I think he's down. focus on everything else. Nice streak. 30 is very impressive. Ooh. Whoops. Project Sylphid series in general is super cool and deserves more attention and respect in general. Game Arts as a developer deserves a better legacy. Because if people know them at all, they only know Lunar. And if they know Lunar, they probably only know the Silver Star Story versions and not the Sega CD originals. And they definitely don't know anything else. How dare you, Hanabi? God, I can't get over Gideon 3. Still one of the most genuinely unbelievable moments I've had on stream. Well, depending how long the streak is, Betty. So the context, Jones, the final Lunar game was Lunar Dragon Song for the Nintendo DS. It was the first original RPG on the DS, in fact. And because it was Lunar, there was quite a lot of hype around it, including me. I pre-ordered the game. I ignored the previews mostly because it was a new Lunar game coming out on, the DS. How can that be anything but great? And then it came out, and it's one of the worst RPGs I've ever played. For many reasons. Besides, subpar graphics, sound, everything, it's an unbelievably basic RPG. You can't even select which enemy you're targeting. The only way to earn money in the game is by doing your actual in-game job that the character has. You can choose between either receiving experience or items from enemies you fight, but you have to set that before you begin a fight. Enemies scale with your level, but bosses do not, which means the final boss is a joke, but the lead up to the final boss is incredibly tough. And, the final boss is the same boss you fought 2 other times, presented a 3rd time, with no changes. Sonic Chronicles is not personal with me. Also, it's still not as bad. Oh, I also forgot, running, not like running from a battle, like holding B to move more quickly in the game world hurts you. It costs HP to run. Which is truly remarkable. You're playing as like a 15-year-old. It's not old man knees. Come on, surely, yeah, there's wave 2. Throw some other types in there. He literally only fights with his legs. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. There's not a plot at all until like maybe 6 hours into the game when the main character decides, apropos of nothing, that he's going to fist fight the CEO of racism. He doesn't learn a single spell until like 15 hours into the game. And when you learn other spells, You have to unequip the other one, so you only ever have one spell and the same kick that you do for the entire game. It's crazy. Okay, it's the big cleanup fight, is what you're telling me. We can do this. I think I've only played a couple levels of Parodius on stream before. I have Parodius on Super Famicom. So Parodius, in its various forms, is on about 1 million different platforms. It's great. Hello, Horror O'Reilly. How's it going? They get stuck in the hole? There they are. That was one bad move. We're okay. We're not okay. Slightly hosed. Every 15 seconds, okay. I think some are getting stuck in the teleport platform. So that might be worth looking into. I don't know how far that is from intended behavior. I see the exit right there. I could leave. No, Parodius is every bit as hard as quote-unquote real Gradius. Because it is real Gradius. Just, you know, funny. Now, was there an SSG on this map, and I didn't need to do everything the way I did? Okay, there's not. Good. Alright, still missed a couple enemies, but... Oh, no, I'm not done. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, there were a couple I left behind. Not bad, though. Awesome map, Nova. Alright, we got a Myaldin joint here. Pravis. 761 enemies. Now, I do see an SSG here. And I should like it. Really hoping to sneak my way through there. Yeah, secret map exit on this one. Hello, Parallax. How you doing? Is that a backpack over there? I continue to exhibit biblical greed. I cannot stop. That's just how it goes. I think the tough part of converting kind of from one genre to another, Furrow, would be how do you maintain the spirit of a game franchise while transplanting the gameplay? Do you know what I mean? Some manage to do it quite well, like there's a Gradius Tactics that's excellent. So that's always got to be kind of the main concern, in my opinion. Decided the WAD needed more archviles. Well, you certainly provided. This is a very chilled out midi, and I like it. There are probably much smoother ways to handle this fight. But whatever, we're through it. For the most part. It's going well. 53 in map 14, goodness. Is that more than our in-commercial Doom 2? Because I think it is. Actually, another reason Quake never quite landed for me the way Doom does, because of the, you know, move to full 3D, you know, mesh-based 3D environments and enemies, you necessarily just can't have as much stuff on screen. Like, that doesn't work anymore. So you end up with, I think, much more limited gameplay as a result. Or rather, the set pieces can't be as large or dramatic. You know, you can't have a map like Go To It in Quake. Not in 1996, you can't. It's why Doom will always have relevance. Because even now, even among new games, I feel like almost nothing provides the same gameplay experience that Doom does. Closest would probably have been Serious Sam. But Serious Sam's monsters and patterns aren't nearly as interesting. You've seen them now, Linguini. You didn't see it back then, is what I mean.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow, Kin09 Game. Just gonna go with Kin, if that's alright. I'm getting rocked by those Revenant projectiles. There we go, a little better. Oof. This is Doom 2. So this is a new Megawad for Doom 2 that came out just about a week ago. By about a week ago, I mean exactly a week ago, called Sewerlust by the Waffle House mapping team, many of whom are friends of the channel and are here in chat. So this is not the Doom 2 that you've played, you know, at retail. These are all new maps. 1 HP in a dream. Can we make something happen? Dream's still alive. Only barely. All right, just barely squeaked through. Tough fight. Very fun, though. Alright, my Olden was kind enough to give some resources after the fact, so we're not dead. There we go. I was gonna say, they've got to be coming from behind me. Just squoke through. Resources ain't free. Damn right. Did I not? There we go. It is K-Dog. That's why it's called Sewerlust. It's awesome. Who knew sewers contained such multitudes and such beauty? I can tell you, the Waffle House knew, that's who. Swoos. Oh, speaking of resources not being free. Everyone loves sewer maps. It's everybody's favorite. It's like how ice and water levels are everybody's favorite in platformers. Everyone loves a sewer. Now that felt like too much resource for the fight we just got. You know what this MIDI is really putting me in mind of? It almost feels like this could have been in Neo Turf Masters. It's close. Yeah, lots of sewers. Just normal sewers. We're not going to pick that up yet. We don't need it. We might need it. Not quite. Technically am on the Gween. Yeah, a sewer wad? What do you mean? I just try to go up. Bad idea. That's what. Sewer, I barely know her. Look, don't let something like knowing somebody get in the way of some good litigation. What did I say a while ago that that put you in mind of? I'm curious. Oh yeah, this is normal Vader. That was almost a year ago. That was Famicom Star Wars K-Dog. Which I'm very happy I beat. I don't know that I'm ever going to play that game again. Because let me tell you, that game was an ordeal. potentially one of the hardest games I've ever cleared on stream. Well, I've found myself in a bad spot. That's right, that is documented. There is a clip of that. Specifically me saying it's a normal Vader and then getting absolutely rocked. I can maybe cheese this. No, I'll do this fight better. Turns out I do also have that same lightsaber shooting ability and just hadn't used it because I didn't bother to translate the manual. So that's sort of on me for not doing my due diligence as a player. That seems like a start. Thinking about translating manuals does bring up something I was thinking about as a potential thing I could stream this coming Friday. So this coming Friday, I think I would like to do a single-sitting RPG stream. It's been a while since I've been able to do one. And one of the ideas I had would be an untranslated game on the 3DO, but I should be able to set up a screen reading translator plus use, you know, just my phone to translate the manual and make a scan of that. Would anybody be interested in that? The game in question is Blue Forest Story for the 3DO, which also came out on the PlayStation, I think at the same time. But it's apparently based on a Japanese tabletop game series. And that was their first foray into video games. I got a copy recently for 3DO and played about a half hour. And it was pretty fun. It's an interesting looking little game. Unintentional callback, it works well. Oh, hello. Can I ignore you for now? I sure can. My favorite arcade game? That's an extremely tough question. I gotta really think about that. I am very tempted to answer Neo Turf Masters, which I firmly believe is one of the single greatest arcade games of all time. And also one of an extremely short list of arcade games that I've 1cc'd, you know, in real life on a single quarter. My old one's just that good, Nova. That was a fun little fight. Now let's get the real fight. Oh, come on, I was right there. Thought for sure I'd have it. Ooh, that was no good. tricky, tricky fight. You'd think it would just be waltz in with BFG, but the layout actually makes it pretty tough for that. I almost feel like I want to bring stuff out here. I mean, Metal Slug 3 is a perfect game, so really, there's very few Metal Slug games I would look at you strangely if you said they were your favorite. Probably just 4 and 5. I'd look at you a little funny. Ooh, no good. You just gotta replay it. That's all there is to it. Also, can I talk about what a travesty it is that the Metal Slug Anthology Collection on modern platforms is so damn bad? Because I remember, I bought that anthology on the Wii when it came out. And it was great. Offered tons of ways to play, looked great, performed very well, almost no input latency whatsoever. Fast forward, you know, a decade, and I saw, oh, they made it available on PS4. Let me buy that. And I was playing it, and I was doing really poorly and thought, gee, I must be rusty. No, turns out there's horrendous input lag on the PS4 version of the Metal Slug Anthology Collection. And it wasn't just that I was, you know, getting old and bad at games. It was, in fact, just an awful port. Wii version's great. Wouldn't bother with the others. The Wii version has one of the best, stupidest control schemes I've ever seen as an option. If you want to, for whatever reason, you can play the Wii version of Metal Slug Anthology Collection using just the Wii nunchuck. Which might be the best stupid control option of all time. I have a friend, we played through the entirety of Metal Slug 3 and he beat it with a nunchuck. It's pretty awesome. So big shout out to the Wii. I genuinely find the Wiimote nunchuck combo to be incredibly comfortable. Like, and nice to use. Being able to just move your hands around, it's pretty nice. Well, this is tricky. I think 3 is the better game between 3 and X. And I also think it's amazing that the home consoles that 3 could come out on at the time were, you know, obviously the Neo Geo AES and the original Xbox. Like, those were the only systems that could really do it justice in its day. This is gonna be... I'm not sure what to do here. Neo Geo's that powerful. Everybody knows the Neo Geo has unlimited power. Could I not hit that switch? Neo Geo came out really in like 1990 and kept getting new official releases until 2005. I think it was Sancho 5 Special was the last official release, which is like ludicrous if you stop to think about it. The Xbox 360 was out. Like, when you think about it that way, I mean, if I were one of these companies, Hanabi, like if I were Nintendo, I would just release a Super Nintendo game every now and then. Just to keep people on their toes, you know? Like, yeah, the Switch 2 is our main focus, but you know, every now and then we release a Super Nintendo game. Stay humble. Alright. Where's the secret exit gonna be? That was one very brave revenue. What system do you think it's most like? Like, I can almost imagine even modern Nintendo going, hey, we released a new Game Boy game. Like, that somehow doesn't feel totally impossible to me. And I think it's because new, you know, Game Boy games come out all the time. Now, Linguini, that's actually not just possible, but almost likely. Because with the Virtual Boy Virtual Console service, they have teased Nintendo that they may release some games that had previously been more or less complete but unreleased. Because there were actually a good number of Virtual Boy games we know about that were essentially complete, but canceled because the platform didn't succeed. Which means that it's entirely possible that they could decide to, you know, pull a Star Fox 2 on us and just say, yep, we've released it. Like, that is not outside of the realm of possibility. And I think that's incredibly exciting. There was not an SMT game. There is a Mega 10 game called Jack Bros. And it was the first Mega 10 game released outside of Japan. Now, I actually have no problem with limited time window, like promotional release type stuff. Even if I think it's kind of stupid, it is what it is. You know, it's a promotional event. If they did something like, hey, we're bringing back Satellaview style broadcasts You need to tune in real time in order to experience it just like you would have had to back then. Honestly, pretty cool as an event. I think that's fun. It would be ideal if they then, you know, made whatever game it was available after the fact. Sega Channel returning? God, I wish. I never got to experience Sega Channel. I could now, because of the fan efforts to restore it. That was a tense fight. I mean, at the time of Sega Channel, though, almost nothing like it had been done before. So, you know, some glitchiness to be expected. Oh, that secret would have been nice at the start, huh? I see another one over here, it looks like. Hope you still have your X-Band? God. I think I can't make that jump. I think I have to approach that from another angle. That's the impression I'm getting. It's flagged impassable. Damn. Well, I should be allowed to pass it. Can I not get back up there? Do I want hints? I can take a small hint. Also just looking at the map as closely as I can. How'd I get up here in the first place? Is that a teleport I can't do anymore or something? Oh no, it was this way. Let's explore a wee bit more. Shows me the hidden switches I need if I look carefully. Well, I'll see if I can find them. The double mild and special. Interesting. Oh, you're asking me to remember about something I played who knows how many months ago? No worries for lateness. Oh, that BFG would have been really nice to have earlier. That's the one I didn't need. Oh, that would have been so nice to have earlier on. Oh well. I can do without. Now, how do I get over there? I came from this way. Go around again, I suppose. Not that. Up and around. So from here, I went up here, flipped the switch. Don't see anything hiding up here. There's that I need to get to that hopefully I didn't need to archvile jump to. Or no, it's over there I need to go. Yeah, I could take another hint. Where the Cybes were. Check out near the blue key door. Ah. Very craftily hidden. Naturally, nothing for free. Should have been expecting that. Whoa! Damn. Almost 1 HP in a dream. Almost. Well, I'll be a little smarter this time. I'll also exercise my biblical greed. That's more like it. Okay, now I didn't pick up the red key, which I know is over here. It's a question of how to get it that I need to solve. There we go. Where the cyber was. So now I just go back upstairs. And we're good to go. Killer map, my old one. Very good stuff. What does it mean when the detour has a detour? These endless sewers have a confounding nature. There's lost, and then there's lost. I recoil at whatever I'm about to stumble into. I haven't wanted to be here from the start, but I feel like it's somehow about to get even worse. Septic hatred. Well, this is a Moomy joint, alright. You know what? I think an ad is going to play pretty soon. I gotta use the bathroom pretty badly, so I will actually be right back. And then we will get into some secret map shenanigans here. It looks like it's gonna be quite a fight. Alright, be right back. All right. Thank you for waiting, everybody. This Moomy map here looks to have a pretty aggressive start, to say the least. So, 377 enemies, and we're opening in an absolute maelstrom of activity. So I think the answer is we start moving and we don't stop. No secrets on this map. Oh, no, I got stuck. So what looks, almost insurmountable from the start really isn't. There's a rhyme and reason to it. And we can figure it out. Though, maybe we don't want to pick up the rocket just like that. Just a couple good shots like that, and we're starting to cook. This is tough, though. Can't lie. I see. The revenants come when I pick up the rockets. Hello, Tachiko. How are you doing this fine Wednesday evening? Oh, Lord. If I go this way first instead. Are they symmetrical? Will our outcomes be similar? Not symmetrical, but similar. I think those revenants get released in whatever direction you go. I think they're in like a central holding tank kind of dealie. That's the impression I get. Right, so once I cross that line depth, they're after me. And then it feeds into the same central corridor. Okay, so we can go either way. It'll give us a very similar starting position. But what if, instead of pressing on, I turn back and try to do some cleanup before I make a push? So a lot of help along the sides. It's not a terrible approach, I don't think. Is that kind of central reservoir gonna be tough to deal with? Excuse me, how did you see me? Now, if I can get back out here, now that it's cleared out, I've got way more space to work with. Try to get some infights brewing. Oh! That was going okay. Okay, going that way, instant lost soul regret. But I feel like they're going to get released whichever way I go. It's tough to say. You know what, though? This sure is a Moomy map. It's the frankly insane activity level from the word go. Okay, that's so finely tuned, because if I stood just over there, I would have been able to try to cheese the Revenants through the bars. And it's positioned just so that I may not do that. This is pretty awesome, I gotta say. Game's getting a little louder than me. Let me adjust it a bit then. That should be a little better. That was no good. What if I run for it? Yeah, thank you for telling me. It's hard to tell how it is on, your side, even though I've got, dials, not dials, but, an equalizer showing me. It's not the same as just hearing from somebody if they can actually hear me or not. So, let me also just make sure my mic is well positioned. Sorry if you heard some noise from me moving it around a bit there. Oh, how'd I get reduced to 1 HP just like that? This is a tough fight, huh? Oh, you stretch. Yeah, I think I probably do need to push for the pickups more. Then I'm left in a different unenviable position of I can get cornered, get them before triggering the fight. I thought it was a line depth that triggered the fight, not the rocket pickup. Let me see. Oh no, I won't pick up the rocket at all then. I was making this way harder on myself than I needed to. Well, that makes this a lot less stressful. We've got a mega down there. Actually, with that, I can be very naughty and play very much against the spirit of the map here. But I feel like if Moomy really didn't want me to do this, they would make it so that I can't. You know? Or is there an Archie in there to prevent me from doing just that? No. There's the Archie. There we go. Have I just been indescribably cheesy? Probably. Do I feel bad about it? No. Not even a little bit. Okay, if Moomy didn't want me to shoot through the bars, there wouldn't be 2 boxes of shells right next to the bars. Or watch, this fight in RC3 now has solid doors instead of bars. I mean, you can't be mad at me for cheesing, you know, shooting through bars when you leave that as an option, you know? I feel that just means I'm doing the logical thing as a player. The spider mama is locked up. So I will take my leisure here. The really terrifying thing is we're, you know, less than halfway into the kill count. I mean, shit's gonna start happening, and soon. Hell of a hot start to the map, though. I mean, really, like, on fire, you know? Let's see, what other goodies have been unleashed in my path. Like probably another Archie or 2 on this side. Would only stand to reason and be symmetrical. Not bad. I'm trying to think what this map's layout reminds me of. Well, a sewer, I suppose, but... Right, that... This fight felt almost too easy. I'm wondering when the other shoe is gonna drop. You know? Like, okay, what's the catch? It's like, yeah, okay, another cyber More Archies. That's nothing too surprising. An invuln for free-ish feels crazy. There's no way it's time to use that. Watch me get to the end of the map and I haven't used the invuln yet. So I'm operating on the "but what if I need it later" principle. The RPG player's dilemma. When you're literally in the final boss fight and you still have 99 apple gels. So what if I need them later? That is a Tales of reference, Cool Cats. It's one of my favorite RPG series. Okay, I think I see the play here. Symphonia? I was talking about this, if not Monday, then I think last Friday. I like it. I don't know if it's in my top 5 Tales of games. Which is not to say I think badly of Symphonia, just that there are others I like more. You know what I mean? Abyss is either number 1 or number 2 for me. I think it's number 2 to Vesperia. But it's close, and I go back and forth depending on, you know, my mood on a given day. I didn't need that at all. Symphonia, and I don't mean this as a slight against it, I think gets a ton of, not undue praise, but I think it occupies an undeservedly large portion of attention because of when it came out and the systems it came out on. So I think people who only had, say, a Nintendo system only knew Symphonia, and because that was one of relatively few RPGs on the GameCube, it gets a ton of attention. And I think there are much more deserving entries in the Tales of series. It's the same way I feel about something like Golden Sun on the Game Boy Advance, which for the record is a perfectly fine game. I think it's pretty good. Say a solid 7 out of 10. But because of when it came out and its position as one of the only like new original RPGs on the Game Boy Advance in its early days, it gets, I think, an outsized amount of attention and admiration from people who didn't have other stuff to play. Which, again, is not a knock against the thing itself. But I hope that makes sense. It's kind of the same thing, frankly, that Final Fantasy VII gets. I think Final Fantasy VII might be the single most right place, right time video game in history. Which is not to say that it isn't a good game. It's a great game. But I don't know that any game has ever been in the right place, right time more than Final Fantasy VII. You know, it arrived at the perfect intersection of technology, the PlayStation becoming popular, and, you know, to a lot of people that then was RPGs. They were Final Fantasy VII. I think a lot of people still think that way. And the unbearable discourse around Claire Obscure Expedition 33 only kind of underscores that for me. Bad spot to be in. We're alive somehow. But yeah, it's no shade or disrespect to those games when I say they were in the right place at the right time. They're still good games. But I think their reputations are bolstered by, let's say, an outsized nostalgia factor. Which is how I feel about Tales of Symphonia. And I say this as somebody who played it when it came out. Final Fantasy VII, for me, my old one, doesn't even crack the top 3 Final Fantasies on the PlayStation. It's wild to me how beloved it is for how just good it is. Like, I don't think I'd go so far as great. I'd say it has an absolutely amazing first act. But right, 9 and Tactics both blow it away. And if we're counting ports, even a sloppy port of 6, I think, is a better game than 7. But, you know, that's just personal preferences. Oh, those open up, I see. Didn't mean to do that. Not good. Try not to die to splash damage. Okay, we've got a chance still. Yeah, Mountain Dew vision. I like Mountain Dew vision. That's my favorite so far, Jack. This might be a really stupid question, because I've drunk Mountain Dew many a time. What is it supposed to taste like? Is it supposed to taste like anything other than sugar? I will say, Final Fantasy VII does have one of the most immediately engrossing, engaging first acts in gaming, and then I think gets a lot less interesting as the game goes on. Gameplay-wise, good but not extraordinary. It tastes like what an Xbox tastes like, but that's the thing, like, is it supposed to have a flavor other than the words Mountain Dew? Because, like, Dr. Pepper, sure, it's 23 whatever. I can buy that. Final Fantasy VIII is the mainline Final Fantasy apart from the MMOs and 15 that I've spent the least amount of time with, because every time I've tried to get into it, I invariably just lose interest and fall asleep while I'm playing. Which is more a personal failing of mine than anything to do with the game. Mountain Dew tastes like flat Sprite. No, because Sprite clearly has a flavor. You know? Oh, they're begging to be broken. That's what's fun about them. That's the good thing. Like, hell yeah, they're begging to be broken. That's a lot of the fun of tactical games like that, for me. There we go. Is there a map 32? I have played Langrisser. I have a Warsong on Genesis. I really, Jack, want to get a copy of Der Langrisser FX, which is the PCFX version of Langrisser 2, which has an entire exclusive campaign. No secret exit from this. All three of you immediately saying that. It's suspicious. Killer map. Amazing opening. Alright, map 16 time. It's a flying goner joint. I think we take poison damage from being on the floor. Non-bespoke MIDI. I do owe at least one song. I have not forgotten. And I know what it must be. So, this one was owed from a few hours ago, actually. You know what it's got to be. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dig Dug, Chew Man Fu, Harvest Moon, League Puzzle Pokemon, Toe Jam and Derlin, Panicon, Funkotron, Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Jajumaru, Kunak, Razor, Blazing Laser, Spaces, Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble, Bobble, Double, Dribble, Double, Dragon, F-Zero, F-Zero X, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Cruis'n USA. Ooh, you know what? Autoplay's got a good one coming up next. Why not? If it'll start playing. So 9 secrets, good lord. Any Jonathan Colton song, I can do that. Hello, Star Killer. I did see that you posted it, Jack. I haven't checked it out yet. This was the last one submitted. Hey Tom, it's Bob from the office down the hall. It's good to see you, buddy. How have you been? Things have been okay for me, except that I'm a zombie now. I really wish you'd let us in. I think I speak for all of us when I say I understand why you folks might hesitate to submit to our demands. But here's an FYI, you're all gonna die screaming. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're not unreasonable, I mean no one's gonna eat your eyes. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're at an impasse here, maybe we should compromise. If you open up the doors, we'll all come inside and eat your brains. I don't want to nitpick, Tom, but is this really your plan? Spend your whole life locked inside a mall. Maybe that's okay for now, but someday you'll be out of food and guns, and then you'll have to make the call. I'm not surprised to see you haven't thought it through enough. You never had the head for all that bigger picture stuff. But Tom, that's what I do, and I plan on eating you slowly. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're not unreasonable, I mean no one's gonna eat your eyes. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're at an impasse here, maybe we should compromise. If you open up the doors, we'll all come inside and eat your brains. I'd like to help you, Tom, in any way I can. I sure appreciate the way you're working with me. I'm not a monster, Tom. Well, technically I am. I guess I am. What was everybody's first exposure to Jonathan Colton here? 'Cause for me, it was back when he did the Song a Week, this thing online, pre-Portal. I've got another meeting, Tom. Maybe we can wrap it up. I know we'll get to common ground somehow. Meanwhile, I'll report back to my colleagues who were chewing on the doors. I guess we'll table this for now. I'm glad to see you take constructive criticism well. And thank you for your time. I know we're all busy as hell. And we'll put this thing to bed when I bash your head open. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're not unreasonable, I mean no one's gonna eat your eyes. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're at an impasse here, maybe we should compromise. If you open up the doors, we'll all come inside and eat your brains. There's a nice Flareon on the floor there. Very cute. I don't think I owe a song, but I feel like singing one. It's a good one, Cool Cats. I'm gonna sing some oldies now, though, because I like them. Why not? There's a ship lies rigged and ready in the harbor. Tomorrow for old England she sails, far away from your land of endless sunshine, to my land full of rainy skies and gales. And I shall be aboard that ship tomorrow, though my heart is full of tears at this farewell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. I've heard there's a wicked war a-blazing, and the taste of war I know so very well. Even now I see the foreign flag a-raising, their guns on fire as we sail into hell. I have no fear of death, it brings no sorrow, but how bitter will be this last farewell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. Though death and darkness gather all about me, and my ship be torn apart upon the seas, I shall smell again the fragrance of these islands, and the heaving waves that brought me once to thee. And should I return safe home again to England, I shall watch the English mist roll through the dale. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. Oh, gotta stretch a bit. Also, I'm surprised at how many people's first Jonathan Colton exposure is my stream. Also, this map is pretty sick. So 9 secrets. You bet your ass I'm not finding all of them. I'll do my best, but, you know, no promises. So I realized, hold on. I can turn the music back on. There we go. Oh, I can hit the switch now. Ooh, finally a rad suit. probably want to move quickly here. Smooth jazz cover of Dr. Worm. I would need to create a backing track. That doesn't currently exist. I like the idea, though. I mean, you know me, I'm happy to sing Dr. Worm at any time. I think this is an anti-civvy WAD AOD, considering it is literally all sewers. Really good, though. This is Flying Gauner's contribution to the WAD. It's been a pretty killer map so far. Ooh, you know what game's soundtrack I just realized would be amazing in a Doom WAD? Who remembers, I think it was a Flash game in the style of a Game Boy game called Tower of Heaven. It was a little platformer that kept gradually introducing more and more restrictions on how you could move the character. Had a really great chiptune soundtrack. Yeah, have a good one, Nova. Thank you for all the hard work. Woo. I have played Tower of Druaga. I have never cleared it. I was for a while playing through Druaga Arcade with a group of friends. We put together a little Discord server, and we would just share our notes as we played, kind of to replicate the experience Japanese players would have had in the arcade back in 1984. And it really changes the way you think about the game, because it was always a social experience from the very start, and it was always meant to be. Lots of arcade cabinets even had little notebooks tied to them for players to leave notes for each other. Druaga is one of those games that American players don't understand how important a game it is to everything that came after. Because there's a really big chance that if you ever wonder, why is this Japanese game from, anywhere from 1985 to 1989 like this? There's a very good chance part of the answer is because Tower of Druaga. It changed everything. It changed the style of game developers wanted to make because of how strongly players responded to it. It was a sensation. I think a lot of that social experience is lost because even though games have, fewer barriers to shared social experience than ever, we as players, unless it's explicitly a multiplayer game, tend to treat single player as very siloed off rather than a communal experience to be, enjoyed together as a group. And I feel like there's also a level of intentionality and self-control you need to have for shared social gaming experiences to work. Because if you just go and look up, a walkthrough somebody else made, where's the social element of that? You're not sharing what you've learned with your friends. You've just looked up the solution. Because players no longer are willing to not know how to progress. Getting stumped is now seen as a design flaw rather than a desirable feature. I know I talked about this a bit when we were talking about point-and-click adventure games, but something a lot of people now criticize, Sierra point-and-click games for. The very long dead man walking stretches you can encounter were seen as a positive by the people playing them. Because, one, generally the death sequences in Sierra games were very funny. So they had value of their own in that sense. But also they meant that, that didn't work. I get to now go figure out what didn't work and try to solve it. In process of elimination, keep a notebook, go through it over the course of weeks, months, and get your, value out of the game that way. Players aren't really willing to do that anymore. That's not, something people enjoy now. Call it just changing tastes. I'll sing something Elven Dead. The Doom is very good tonight, Tetrahedra. Ooh, I just don't know that song well enough, Elven Dead. I can hear it in my head. Slow down, you crazy child. You're so ambitious for a juvenile. But then if you're so smart, tell me, why are you still so afraid? Where's the fire? What's the hurry about? You better cool it off before you burn it out. You got so much to do and only so many hours in a day. Hey, when the truth is told, you can get what you want or you can just get old. You're gonna kick off before you even get halfway through. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Slow down, you're doing fine. You can't be everything you want to be before your time. Although it's so romantic on the borderline tonight. Too bad, but it's the life you lead. You're so ahead of yourself that you forgot what you need. Though you can see when you're wrong, you can't always see when you're right. You're right. You got your passion, you got your pride. But don't you know that only fools are satisfied? Dream on, but don't imagine they'll all come true. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Slow down, you crazy child. Take the phone off the hook and disappear for a while. It's alright, you can't afford to lose a day or two. When will you realize Vienna waits for you. And you know when the truth is told, you can get what you want or you can just get old. You're gonna kick off before you even get halfway through. Ooh, when will you realize Vienna waits for you? When will you realize Vienna waits for you? A couple more rad suits would not go on this. In this map. Let's see. It's not really a bloom stream if I don't do at least a little They Might Be Giants, right? Let's see. Well, you know, it got mentioned earlier. I can't help myself. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm. I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I can handle criticism. I'll show you what I know, and you can tell me if you think I'm getting better on the drums. I'll leave the front unlocked 'cause I can't hear the doorbell. Hey, Hiyori, welcome in. What were you up to? When I get into it, I can't tell if you are watching me twirling the stick. Lufia 2, hell yeah. Someday somebody else besides me will call me by my stage name. They will call me Dr. Worm. Whoops. Nope, I got it totally wrong. You know, that's what I get for trying to shout out a raid. You were gonna ask for it? Perfect. You're here at the right time. Thank you so much for the raid. Someday somebody else besides me will call me by my stage name. They will call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm, and I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I can handle criticism. I'll show you what I know, and you can tell me if you think I'm getting better on the drums. I'm not a real doctor, but they call me Dr. Worm. All right, where am I going from here? Somebody brought it up. It happens, you know? Let's see. What am I feeling? You know what? The oldies and doom always go together. I can't describe it. I can see there's a secret right over there. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. Oh, there's tons good in the general pop culture zeitgeist that's not an oldie. I just like oldies. No, Simon doesn't care about my singing much. He's used to it. Yeah, you'll get one for free here. So this map is enormous. When you're weary, the video stopped playing completely. Did my stream also die? Well, no, I'm still live. I think. My browser has just stopped working entirely. That's cool. Yeah, just a really short song. Now, if only it had just been the bridge, then that would have been funny. Let's try that again. Take two. great song, and I would like to sing it. When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side, oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part, oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. Don't know that that helps me much, but can't hurt. Hey Hibonki, how you doing? Sail on, silver girl, sail on by. Your time has come to shine, and all your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Oh, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a bridge over troubled water, I will ease your mind. Okay, I think if I go left at that fork, I'll be all right. Let's try it. I'm getting quite lost in the map, I'm sorry to say. Lost in the green sauce indeed, Betty. The floor's hurting doesn't help here. Are sewers this cool? This one is. Not all of them, though. That was a secret I found. Can I not hop up there with a clever little bit of platforming? I cannot. That is true. I totally can. There we go. The angle was wrong. Evie! Cute. I just had to believe. I gotta do what? Thank you, Petty. I knew somebody would have my back. Evolutions are very, very popular talking objects. Up there with Pikachu. For some of the most popular Pokemon. For good reason. They're really cute. Top 30, maybe top 15. Oh, the whole family. Yeah, top 30 is more reasonable then. Okay, what am I really missing here? There's nowhere I can go from there. It's like it's got to be back over here, I guess, but... I am completely open to anyone who would like to give me any hints. I think Pikachu's most popular days are probably past. But Pikachu is forever popular by virtue of, you know, being one of the top mascot characters. So it may be that I need to get over to. Pika Blue. Right, I mean, you can object to it, but it doesn't change the fact that Pikachu is the face of the franchise and pretty much always will be. Imp up there trying to cause trouble. I'm just trying to retrace my steps here. It's gonna be something really obvious, isn't it? It might be that. Hold on. Right, top 20 out of, you know, is it over 1,000 now? I do not know how many Pokemon there are. Oh, found a Jolteon, though. We've crested past 1,000. That's a lot. How many is too many? I don't know that there's such a thing as a numerical value too great. I think it's more, did you oversaturate in a, you know, given time frame. And, you know, ideally, you know, you want each new generation of kids to have Pokemon they can feel are theirs. You know, I don't really care about much past, like, Gen 2 or 3. But, you know, my niece is 10. She has favorite Pokemon that I barely know what they are. I think that's good. That's how it should be. Though I've given her I think it was a Pokemon Squishmallow, or not Pokemon, a Pikachu Squishmallow. And I won the Uncle of the Year award for that, so... The classics are still popular with the kids. Never be in doubt that Pikachu's really popular. I just need to go right here. I'm considering buying a Switch 2 for Ditto's game. Oh, it was right here. Oh, it's very obvious, and I'm just not very observant. That feels bad. Whatever, we're back in it. Back into the action, let's go. Just going up to a random kid being like, hell yeah, kid. Oh, look at this, we got a pool, we got life preservers, we got chairs. Oh, we gotta go to the diving board for our key. Hell yeah. That's sick. Alright, that was an easy enough fight. There's one straggler to deal with, but we're good. The fact that there's still 700 enemies is a little intimidating, but you know. Oh, that whole thing's a lift now. I see. Alright, well now I can find those yellow key doors that were stopping me before, which I think are over this way, maybe. Right, unless you're bringing the game on the trip, in which case, it could be a pretty good airplane game. Well, personally, I prefer a book on an airplane to a game. Don't know why. Just feels easier to me. Don't really get motion sick, but find it easier to focus on a book on an airplane than a game. Right, looking for... Okay, the yellow key door is way over there. So I think I go this way. I do enjoy watching movies on a flight, but I don't know, it's gotta be... I tend to pick movies on flights that I wouldn't normally watch otherwise. Or not that I wouldn't watch them, but that maybe I didn't care enough to go see in the theater, but now that I'm on an airplane, I may as well watch it. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, well, I didn't really care about this one, but let's give it a go. I have seen Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow. I went to see that in the theater when it was new, in fact. remember thinking it was very stylish, but didn't have like a ton of meat to it. But I enjoyed watching it. I feel like Marvel Slop is perfect for a flight, because it doesn't demand your full attention. It's generally entertaining enough. It was visually appealing, Sky Captain, I do remember that. So if we're thinking about flight-adjacent movies, a movie I loved as a kid that I still love is The Rocketeer. I loved that movie as a kid. I can't sleep on flights. I am too tall. My legs do not fit under the seat in front of me very well. Even if it's like a 14-hour flight, I'm just awake for that. They should have airplane on all flights. Trying to think, other childhood movies I liked a lot. Some I've watched again to see, okay, were they actually good or was I just a kid? Snakes on a Plane. It's so hard to describe that movie. Talk about, you know, you had to be there type experiences. Seeing that in the theater when it was new, with a theater full of people counting down with the timer for the snakes to be released on that plane. Indescribably fun. Then you watch it on home video and you're like, this isn't good. Or if you watch it a second time, you're like, wait, why did I like this so much? But the theater experience for it was magical. Like, truly. And it feels hard to describe that to people. Sometimes, you know, something makes a great first impression and then you feel like you've been bamboozled when you go look at it again. I've talked about this before. Some games are very good at pulling the wool over your eyes. I do like horror movies a lot. The 2010s reboot, not reboot, but the Crystal Dynamics Tomb Raider games, I feel like are a great example of games that pulled the wool over your eye. Same hat, really, because that game makes a great first impression, and then you think about it literally at all, and it all falls apart. I have not seen Singles 1991. Really, it was just, you know, Lady Uncharted. And I mean that derogatorily. You know? I don't even like Uncharted that much. Also, I'm not somebody who dislikes or is squeamish about violence in games, obviously. But a lot of the death scenes in Tomb Raider 2013 felt like borderline fetish content to me. Did anybody else feel that way? I do want to play the Indiana Jones game that came out a year or two ago. The Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Because that looked quite good. The deaths in your usual point and click. Graphical fidelity, the way the camera lingers on... It's hard to describe fetishized violence. Great Circle looks like a perfectly solid game. And to me it looks like it continues the cycle of Indiana Jones games generally being pretty good. I would say, in general, Indiana Jones games have a pretty high hit rate for me. Like, more of them are good than bad, I think. Oh, I got lucky with that. Hey, Bone Noble, how's it going? Thank you very much for the raid. What were you up to? Still think the best Indiana Jones game will always be Fate of Atlantis. Advance Wars 2? Hell yeah. But then you've still got really solid games like Staff of Kings, Emperor's Tomb, Super Nintendo 1. Paul Rubin was in that, you're right. Thinking of Crystal Dynamics, I know they also became the caretakers for the Legacy of Kain series. I should stream Blood Omen, the first one on PlayStation. 2 Temple of Doom games on NES. Well, no, there was 1 Temple of Doom game with 2 labels. 2 Last Crusade games that are different. Those are probably the weakest, and 1 Young Indiana Jones game. Which apparently is pretty solid, but it's phenomenally expensive. Right. Old Lara is a shockingly, well-rounded character, and I'm not talking about her boobs. Like, she's, a fleshed-out, real-feeling character in the original Tomb Raider games. Okay, that's not the trigger point. In Crystal Dynamics, she goes the Nathan Drake, ultra turbo murder route. That's one thing that did always bother me about Uncharted, is that Nathan Drake continually has this, almost shit-eating grin, really aloof aspect to him and his character. Meanwhile, he's just gleefully murdering hundreds of people in his games. And the dissonance of that never worked for me. It's like you're setting up an Indiana Jones-esque character. Indy kills a lot of people, but he also is not, happy-go-lucky about it, Oh no, the tone of the Uncharted games always felt very off to me, even if they do have some amazing set pieces. And they really do. The opening or the train sequence in 2 is great. No objections from me. I would have a lot of fun playing Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen 2. Oh, which version of Legacy of Kain, if I play it, would I play, though? Or Soul Reaver, rather. I would probably play the Dreamcast version, personally. Oh, it was right there. I didn't even know there was a new Legacy of Kain game. Whether it was the best one, I'm not sure. Probably overall. But the PS1 version is also like an unbelievable technical marvel. And that's, you know, fun in its own way too. We're still in it. I'm exhibiting biblical greed once again and not simply picking up the megasphere. Only it's paying off this time. Ooh, can somebody check for me? Has anybody gotten Open Lara running on the Dreamcast? That seems like a really natural fit to me, considering Tomb Raiders 4 and 5 are just on the Dreamcast. You know, Last Revelation and Chronicles both, you know, just came out on Dreamcast. Core were always big Sega fans. Ooh, wouldn't... Oh, that's sick. We've got fruit on the trees and everything. In the sewer. Totally normal sewer. I mean, Angel of Darkness has many problems. It is on there. Does Open Lara cover more than Tomb Raider 1? So I'm imagining, theoretically, could you play the first 5 Tomb Raider games on Dreamcast? Because that would be sick as hell, honestly, if you could. This is a very mean room. Goodness. Open Lara does 1 through 4. So theoretically you could play the first 5 Tomb Raider games on Dreamcast. That's kind of sick. If only 6 were on there, then you could have all of the original Tomb Raider games on one platform. Seeing all the stuff fans have been porting to Dreamcast, I wouldn't be shocked if it's technically possible. I mean, seeing that fans have gotten Grand Theft Auto 3 running on Dreamcast, and not just running, but running well, makes you think, well, what else is truly possible? You know, we're talking about a platform that we never really got to see hit its full, you know, potential. This room is brutal, man. Huge hurt floor, wide open. Well, missing shots like that doesn't help. Oh, there's tons of healing items around, but only helps so much after a point, you know? Can I get all the way over here? that spider mom is going to shred me to pieces. Oh no. Nope. I think the real thing with the Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness port to Dreamcast, the real question would be, who wants that? And you gotta have more than just, sickos like me for an answer. You know? Well, I'll sing something. Should I stream Angel of Darkness at some point? That could be streaming Tomb Raiders 1 through 6. Could be a lot of fun, I think. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there waiting for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'd go sailing. It's far beyond the star, it's near beyond the moon. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet beyond the shore, we'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. Is this just a soft block? What's going on in here? Is going into the tree a game over? But I would like to go inside the tree. The tree house was sick. I would like more. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet, I know we'll meet beyond the shore. We'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. No more sailing. So long sailing, bye-bye sailing. Move on now, Captain. So long. Let's see. Ueを向いて歩こう、涙がこぼれないように思い出す春の日、ひとりぼっちの夜、上を向いて歩こう、滲んだ星を数えて
思い出す夏の日一人ぼっちの夜幸せは雲の上に幸せは空の上に上を向いて歩こう涙がこぼれないように泣きながら歩く一人ぼっちの夜思い出す秋の日一人ぼっちの夜悲しみは星の影に悲しみは月の影に上を向いて歩こう涙がこぼれないように泣きながら歩く一人ぼっちの夜一人ぼっちの夜
There we go. Couple classics, couple golden oldies of the 60s there. I have seen Repo the Genetic Opera. Only once, though. Quite enjoyed it. I always get a little excited when I hear people say Repo, though, because I think they're going to talk about the 80s cult film Repo Man. But that's never what they're going to be talking about. That's an odd little film, but I quite like it. Talk about a killer film, though. I will always keep proselytizing for streaming service Tubi. Because if you like Italian horror, giallo movies, any of that 80s Italian schlock, it's all on Tubi. It's the best. You can't beat it. Tubi is number one. And if you watch on computer with an ad blocker, you will never see an ad on Tubi. And they've got the most unbelievable assortment of movies imaginable. No, Tubi's not the next Netflix because it actually is worth watching. And you don't even need to pay for it. Big fan of Tubi. Oh, you should go to a baseball game. I guarantee you'll have a great time, Petty. I mean, everybody visiting Japan, go to a baseball game. I don't know. Tubi's been consistent for a long time now. They've not fallen to the dark side yet. Is this maybe a shoot a hidden switch kind of secret? No. You could go to the tracks. That's true. Even if you're not doing much betting, just seeing how passionate people are is fun. You know, that's entertainment value in itself there. But yes, if we've got any fans of schlock Italian cinema in here, movie I watched the other night, I'd seen it before, but I rewatched it to see if it was as good as I remember. I'm delighted to report that it is. Watch, it's called Burial Ground. It is an oftentimes nonsensical zombie flick featuring some great gore and a few truly unforgettable scenes that I don't want to spoil. A must-watch for sickos. Right, how can you regret spending 200 yen? It's 200 yen. There's not a lot you can do with 200 yen. Well, that's not true, there's plenty, but you know what I mean. But yes, if you want a Professor Bloom certified film for sickos, watch Burial Ground. Gets my wholehearted thumbs up. Is it gory? Yes. The obvious caveat being, if you don't like zombie movies, upsetting themes, buckets and buckets of gore, and if you want your plot to make sense, or have like scenes that are connected logically to one another, maybe it's not the best movie. But if you want to watch a zombie film where the zombies are smart enough to like use farming equipment as weapons, you're not getting it anywhere else. I think 1980. I mean, the upsetting theme is really just there's a little bit of incest and lots of blood and bleakness. It's dubbed like every Italian horror film. Yeah, that's all. Most Italian films were actually not shot meant to be heard in Italian. They were always meant to be dubbed over for whatever market they were being sold in. So ADR would come later for, you know, the Spanish dub, for the Italian dub, for the English dub, for German. So there was never any audio sync done on set. I think I missed one fight here because I only got 74% kills, but that was an awesome map. Oh god, we got a Moomy map. Into Darkness, Horror, Madness. 666 enemies. Yeah, Flying Goners map was awesome, Taviao. I have seen Suspiria. That's a masterpiece. Suspiria is a film you can recommend to anybody, whether they like horror films or not, I feel. There are some horror movies I think are great, but I'd have a really hard time recommending them to people who aren't fans of horror. Suspiria, I think, is just the kind of movie everybody could see and enjoy. It's ominous, probably nothing. It's a gorgeous looking film as well. Hold the fuck up. Look at this. Can a movie be both scary and funny? Absolutely. Evil Dead 2. See, this kind of thing I'm sorry, you're just not getting this outside of Doom. The macro scale. Oh, no people down here, huh? Well, I'm sure that sign doesn't apply to me. Let's go. I can do that occasionally, talking object, if I want to take in the sights. I'm allowed. It's my stream. God, this is cool. Oh my god. Yes, many Volpes. Oh, I was right there. Let's see. People disposal shoot. Really, though? Oh, they locked up that, cyber demon, no problem. Oh, though, oh, I see how it is. I see. Well, that one was my own fault. A big pit they threw a guy into. I think I remember that. Been ages since I played PSL. I feel pretty good about how I handled that. That was pretty sick, if I may say so myself. I want to conserve cells, so we're going to do this. Quite cleanly done, I feel. Restock on bullets. Also, the way there's only one secret in this map has me a little worried, gonna be honest. It's concerning. Excuse me. Just gotta check one thing real quick. Oh, and stretch a moment. God, the scale of this map is insane. Oh, hold on. If you walk into the light of an eye, you die. Stay out of the light. That means I can use those. Oh, and the place is filled with specters. And me with no SSG. This is genius. Devious as hell, but genius. Oh, that was our secret. I thought like light amp goggles would be the secret. So where'd I enter here? Well, I don't need that. Oh, ho, 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 ho. And now it becomes a... Oh, God. Hey, remember when I mentioned the game Tower of Heaven before? This has a lot in common with that game in this moment. Yeah, that indie game. Where restrictions are gradually, you know, piled onto you that you have to play around. The concept of this fight and experience is reminding me of that a lot. And I do mean that as a compliment. I love that game. Tower of Heaven was, I think, a Flash-based platformer in the style of a Game Boy game with amazing chiptune music. Alright, I handled that well, I think. Let's go back into the people disposal zone. Oh, we're getting flushed. Oh! Oh my. I've not played Metroid Doom. We gotta get out of here, is what we gotta do. No time to worry about any of that. Oh, they're coming. Oh, but there's light there to save me. This is so sick. Wait, that one's just stuck endlessly resurrecting stuff as it goes into the meat grinder. What a cool set piece. Holy shit. I think I handled that really well, too. Oh, Tetrahedra, I come across stuff that, you know, shocks and amazes me all the time, and I've been playing Doom for... Oh, hold on, that still has the same restriction. And I've been playing Doom for 30 years. So don't worry, you're not alone in being amazed. Because this stuff is amazing. I should stream Drakengard. Oh, and we've got lights all around us here. Would I 100% it? Probably not. Of course Vile managed to cheese those archviles. That's lunatic behavior, by the way, but... Just kind of waiting and letting them throw themselves into the meat grinder, I'm guessing, as I keep walking into by accident. Oh, that's a lot of big boys. Oh, 1 HP in a dream. Oh, close. All right, let's be a little more cautious, I suppose, but try to just use fewer resources overall if I can. Oh, don't cut the corner. Lesson learned. What? I'm trying to think of PS2 RPGs I could stream that people might be interested in seeing. Problem is, a lot of those are quite long. And I don't love doing long series focused on one game. Aren't RPGs supposed to be long? Not necessarily. I mean, Jak and Daxter is not an RPG, but that's... If people want to see it, maybe. I mean, I have those games. I don't love them, but it's nothing against the games. It's more just that style of, you know, PS2 era action platformer I've just never been huge on. Panzer Dragoon Saga I could absolutely do in a single sitting. Drakengard would be fun. I'm very jealous, Betty. It's one of those games I'd love my own copy of, but unless I get very lucky, it's probably not in the cards anytime soon. Now, I will say, if I ever did see a copy of it under a certain price threshold, I would buy it. I saw a copy locally for $1,200 not too long ago, which is... I feel like a lunatic saying this, an entirely reasonable price. But also vastly, vastly more than I would be willing to pay. I think my personal threshold is if I saw a copy for 500 USD or under, I would buy it. Which, yes, is a lot of money, but that is less than half the average sale price of it. And while I would not be reselling it, I think that would be a worthwhile deal. You know what I mean? Well, no, original hardware, Cool Cats, doesn't mean original software. I could very easily play Panzer Dragoon Saga. Oh, fuck, this is cool. On original hardware without owning a retail copy of the game. Oh my god. Look at this. This is stunning. Oh my god. There's a whole city down here. Just a normal sewer. And we all float down here, Woozle. Well, we could go back through if we want. I'm fine with not doing that, though. 10 out of 10 map. That was awesome. They move below. 1,572 enemies. All right, my Olden, I see you. Cool Cats, come on. Don't you know the difference between software and hardware? Oh, I'm not really going to scold you for that. If you don't know, I'm happy to explain. Also, what is the RPG you're interested in seeing, Volpez, that's listed as 16 and a half hours? If you're about to tell me somebody listed Unlimited Saga as taking 16 and a half hours, well, Magic Penguin, that's not unreasonable. Is this a bespoke MIDI for this map? I think it may be, in which case, G-Man, I will wait a bit to do the song. Though this will probably be a long enough map that it's gonna loop. Unless this is like an hour-long MIDI. Which can happen. I feel like under 24 hours is such a nice sweet spot for an RPG. Even better if you can make it longer by doing optional content. Hey Bones, how's it going? Cool. I'm alright. Trying not to get cooked down in the sewers here. That was a god tier luck stun right there. Whew. Okay, it's a Nova track. The karaoke will have to wait until the track loops at least a couple times. Yeah, somebody was just mentioning that earlier, Hazmat. I will not display biblical greed this time and not pick that up. Right, give me a good post-game dungeon, Weasel, you know what I'm saying? Give me that extra, 100 floors to sink my teeth into. Give me the 10,000 floor tower in Spectral Tower on PlayStation 1. Jesus. That can be arranged. Ominous. Oh, an ad's about to start. I'm going to take the opportunity to go use the bathroom. When I come back, we are getting back on my Olden's Wild ride. So be back in a few. All right. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Time to get back on My Olden's Wild Ride. I had to remember who made this map. I've not tried Phantasy Star Universe much, though I do own that one. That could be doable in a single stream. I hear it's not terribly long. Right. That's clearly not gonna do it. This place is going to absolutely flood with imps. And apparently vials. So what can I do about it? I feel like if I can wait out the influx at the start here in one area, then I'll be able to move on. Or not. What the hell? I think I gotta just start moving fast as I can, as soon as I can. Through the crowd. It might be a hit the bricks fight. I did play Legacy of Rust. I didn't stream it. I just played that on my own time. It was quite good. But I do like Zazer's mapping style. Is there no BFG anywhere on this map? There's not going to be a BFG, is there? It's just going to be this. Nope. Yeah, there might be one, but not right now. I don't think I can wait it out in the beginning area. But why don't I try? Oh, it doesn't begin until I fire. Or no, it's a line def. Nope, they spawn in there too. I thought maybe if there was one safe spot, but there's not gonna be. Maybe I should use plasma instead, or switch to plasma as I get close. That's all I can really think of. If you want to give Slaughter a try, Dweller Dark, my recommendation would be download and try something called the Micro Slaughter Community Project. They're small maps with not overwhelming monster counts, like a couple hundred. And they're all meant to be clearable within like 5 to 10 minutes. But what they do very well is give you kind of a baseline expectation for what Slaughter gameplay is like, and kind of some of the core gameplay concepts you're going to have to master to, you know, have a chance. But it's very fun, so it's not like, you know, you're just doing your homework. It is a genuinely enjoyable WOD. Some really amazing visuals thrown in. I was about to say, was that it? That was it. I think I was making the fight way harder on myself than I needed to. Alright. Alright, my old un, I see ya. On to the next one. This one we've got Revenants on one side, Hell Knights on another, and Imps in the last. It got nerfed hard in development. How much harder did you have it initially, my old one, if I may ask? Hard enough that Taviao couldn't beat it. That's pretty hard. Imps to the right of him, imps to the left. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going for clowns to the left of me, jokers on the right, here I am, stuck in the middle with you, you know. Everybody's favorite classic song that makes you think of somebody getting their ear cut off. Yeah, no, I see that now. Let's see, did I get a little bit lucky, maybe? They're perilously close to rocket splash damage zone for me. There they are. Oh no! I got stuck. There we go. Woo! Not too bad, but, you know, got a little more dangerous. As one would expect. The sense of scale, dread, and foreboding here. This is why Doom just can't be beat. We haven't topped it yet. I don't think so, at least. This is a genuine question. Can anybody think of any modern, you know, recent shooters, single-player games, etc., with a sense of scale, anything like what Doom can provide here? So if there are games out there providing that kind of scale and experience, I'd love to know about them, but I don't think there are any. Oh no. Dynasty Warriors? No. I'm talking like... Even Doom Eternal, I think, doesn't quite come close to this, Parallax. Let's say modern since 2020. Since the start of what could be called the current console generation. Right, I'm asking if there's anything that rivals the sense of scale and place that can be achieved in classic Doom. Now that sounds promising, Volpez. What kind of game is Neon White? Is it a platformer? Ooh, that was rough. Right, solid start here. Speed-focused platform shooter, I see. What game's source code, Parallax? Because Doom's source code has been available freely since 1998. Oh, for Doom Eternal. Yeah, that I would never expect, given that Bethesda is their publisher now. I gotta check that out, Petty. That sounds amazing. I remember, it must have been 20 years ago. There was a total conversion in the works for Jedi Knight 2 that was going to be a Rurouni Kenshin total conversion. Now, setting aside unfortunate things we know about Watsuki now, imagine it's, 2004, and none of that is, come to light. And can you think of a more perfect game to serve as the basis for a Kenshin game than Jedi Knight 2? Because I can't. Would have been amazing. I wonder if the old demos or footage are still out there somewhere. It really looked promising. Whoops. I do wonder if any modern game company would ever release the source code for a popular game with an eye towards the future. I really doubt they would, but boy, it would be nice if they did. Right, Bethesda would probably claim it's their intellectual property and cannot be freely distributed, regardless of the developer's intent. Oh, there's an Archie back there, huh? Ooh. Isometric RPGs that do scale well. I'd have to go back and look at... remember Icewind Dale having pretty expansive outdoor environments. But I haven't played that game since probably like 2002. The fights are asking a lot of me, but not more than I can provide. Oh, it's an elevator fight. It's an elevator fight. Love a classic elevator fight. Oh, let's do it. Oh, that's so many archviles. Yeah, there's Doom source ports to almost anything you can imagine. Oh, this is mean. I didn't miss a BFG over there, did I? Nope. Oof. I'm pulling the lever, Woozle. What do you mean wrong lever? There's one lever. You know, I'd be shocked if somebody hadn't done Pokemon Doom at some point. Anytime there's just multiple popular things, there's almost always some intersection of it with Doom. This is brutal. Oh, hold on. No, I got this. Really is, you've just got to survive long enough. That's... I gotta get lucky with some stun RNG is what it seems. Maybe I should be using the SSG instead. Higher stun chance. That was working really well until it wasn't. Worked really well for like a second. Because with the SSG, the pain state chance for an Archie at full blast is, I think, just under 50%. It's not a lot to hang your hat on, but better than nothing. Win enough coin flips. They do Dweller Dark. It's just the stylistic choice, I guess I would say. Actually, total non-stop balls to the walls aggression did it. And some real lucky stuns. I'm going to exhibit biblical greed once more and not pick up that mega just yet. Okay, we really just need all these meatballs to get in a nice big fight with Mr. Cyber Demon here. Problem is, they're in my way. By a lot. Look, I can't help it. I love exhibiting wild, disgusting greed in Doom. I can't help it. Oh, I picked it up by accident. I could try aggro on the Cyber Demon. That probably won't work very well. I need to, like, kite the crowd of meatballs in front of me, and then have the Cyber Demon start targeting me. Because then he's targeting the meatballs. But again, that's not much of a strategy. It's a lot of hoping and praying. However, it seems to have worked. So, what do I know? There's one meatball way over there still trying to fight the fight. How long do you think it'll take him to get back over here? They're so far away. I think they're still moving backwards. Come back to the light, my son. Oh, no, he's getting closer now. I will not let him languish in the void. Not while I'm around. Where are you going? Come here already. I'm sorry, where do you think you're going? You get back here this instant. What are you doing up there? There we go. Get back here, but I can kill you, but for real. Oh! Meatball vanquished. Okay, there's no place for greed in this fight. Apparently. Oh, I have no cells. That's bad. Gotta do some classic Revenant crowd control. Okay, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Actually, you know what video I must always recommend to Doomers trying to get better at things like Revenant crowd control? So Bad. Doomer So Bad made a series of videos about that very topic. You know, how to work those crowds. So if you're ever having trouble conceptualizing it, highly recommended watch. Very useful resource. Oh, did So Bad delete his channel? Well, that's a shame. It's a great video. I hope it's backed up somewhere. I hope whatever So Bad's up to, he's doing okay. Because that was a helpful video for me in, you know, developing those skills. Right, could always check the Internet Archive. Oh, there's our BFG. There's 2 megas, so I can be twice as greedy and not take either of them yet. All right, how many are there going to be right in that center? Let's see. The busy world of Richard Scarry. I haven't thought about that in forever. Remember, there was a CD-ROM point and click in the early 90s, Busy Town, I think. Build a fight around not picking them up. How would that even work? Would it even work? The shape of that central structure brings to mind the famous, you know, Archvile carousel of go fuck yourself fame. Which makes me slightly apprehensive. Oh. If I have to hop down, I kind of got to pick it up. Is it just 4 cybers? Go flush yourself. Oh, that's a genius map name. Oh, wait. You should have had map 30, if there is a map 32. Because it's all sewer themed. You could have had go number to it. You know, instead of go to it, go number to it. I'm very funny. That was its original name. That's a good name. Well, if I'm hopping down, I can see what you mean by you nerfed this, my olden, because not that 4 Cybers is, like, easy, but that you could be meaner in this room. Throw a couple Archies in there, wave a Revenants or two. Well, that's not where I want to go. I may as well. My greed serves no purpose. Sadly. Would have loved a mega right there. I can think of a couple casino-themed maps, Dweller Dark. I don't know about a whole lot, though. Whoa! I take like 2 max damage rolls at the same time. Okay, trying to rush the Spider Mamas, probably not the brightest idea I've ever had. Kind of fun, though. Oh! Damn. One bad move and you're done here. I think I've got to somehow get the Revenants fighting the Spider Masterminds not paying attention to me. Really means just doing a couple laps here. Don't love how this is going. Really need to get close to the center to pick up some ammo. But it's all quite undercover. Let's whittle stuff down. Oh! Oh, damn it. I was getting closer. feel like I almost can just make a rush to the spider masterminds and get a little lucky and make it happen. Like, that was actually going okay. It's probably stupid, but sometimes you've got to play bonehead max aggression Doom. That was a terrible waste of a PFG ball. Okay, couple more tries at the max aggression meathead strategy. That didn't work. That one mastermind tanked 2 full shots. Again with that. Okay, last try. That was beautiful. Last try, even though I just said that. You know what? Let's be a little smarter. No rule saying I have to play like an asshole. We were very lucky there. And I've decided to commit. Get some cells, hit some switches. And we're back in business. Just like that. Oh, I don't like those meatballs. How did those meatballs hurt me that much? I don't know about all that. Okay, now we've got decent infight potential going on. I need more cells. Won't say no to that mega either. Love enough cells to be able to do some real work, though, you know? We still have 500 monsters left. There is a lot of map yet to come. Oh, sloppy. That one's done. Thought that one would have gone for that. There we go. There we go. All right. We are so back. Things were so over for a moment. Now they're so back. Only 500 monsters left. That's not that many. Sentences uttered by the utterly deranged. It's really not that many, though, by the scale of things we're used to now. All right, what awaits us? I will continue exhibiting great greed and not picking stuff up until I really need it. Okay. Turret cybers. Lots of Hell Knights. That's about it. That's about it so far. Yeah, there we go. There's everything else. Goodness me. Alright, now we've got some real infights going. I think I can just run laps for a bit. Unless new stuff spawns in. And oh, guess what? New stuff has spawned in. Guarding the yellow key. I'm rather more hurt than I would like, but we're all right. I think that went really well, and I might have done it. Did I maybe do this fight first try? That'd be something, huh? There's one cyber down. Thought he went. 2 cybers down. There we go. Did I do that first try? That went alarmingly well. I'm skeptical. Bones, the song will have to wait because this is a bespoke MIDI, so I do want to let it play as I play. How much greed dare I show? Got lots of megas, lots of rockets. Oh, I see you in there. This has the feeling of a final arena. And there's geographically not that much map left. Oh, we've got chain gunner sentries. And Archies posted up all over. Well, let's just collect that to start. Take a somewhat strange circuit and try to deal with all these guys up top. That's no good. Oh, that's no good at all. Spirit Halloween and Spencer's are owned by Seagram's. I don't know how to process that information. It's not that they're like the same parent company. It's literally Seagram's. I can't, like, square that in my head. Seagram's is the parent company. I guess making, you know, lower bottom shelf spirits will get you far in life. Oh, Lord. Nope. Seagram's is the kind of thing that you probably are getting in your, you know, well drinks at a bar. You know, where it's not high quality, but it's not bad enough to be offensive or, you know, taste bad in a cocktail. This is rough. I gotta lock in. Yeah, it's solidly good enough. Which is honestly a really good market segment to target. Because there's lots of competition at the bottom end. And there's lots of competition at the top. Middle of the road, though. Not a bad place to be. This is hard. Part of it also is it's very dark. I am having a little trouble seeing, but that's my fault more than anything. The tough part is the chain gunners around the periphery mean that if you just hang out in the center, you're going to take a lot of chip damage. You know, just being slowly torn up. But trying to go after them aggressively also just isn't working super good. Oof. And likewise, because of the archviles around the arena, what I was just trying to do there was like clear out one outpost to then maybe use as like a home base of sorts. That just gets you shredded. Oh. I feel like this is the kind of thing where if you can get yourself into a position to survive a tough initial onslaught, then you can probably successfully move forward. Okay, that ammo pickup was huge. So was that health. Oh my god. No, the ammo. Oh, come on. Boy, this is tough. Let me try approaching it from a different angle. There's not much around the center. But I feel like attacking the problem from the center also won't work very well. I still think it's got to be like a control one quadrant, and then when the initial assault has died down a little bit, you've got space to move without, you know, dying instantly. The tough part very quickly is becoming resources. Like ammo. Oh! Oh no, I was right there. Oh. I feel like I was on the cusp of the breakthrough that time. Hey, thank you, Alma. Nope. That didn't take him down. Okay, out of ammo. Still get out of it. Can't pick up ammo anywhere else. Rockets are not going to be any good for this fight. Seagram bought 80% of MCA and formed Universal Studios. What is Seagram's history like? I'm so curious. Our ammo top up. Health top up. A little more ammo. Now I can use rockets because I've got a little more real estate to work with. There's still one archvile in there. Really messing with my plans. Oh, and still a couple chain gunners really gumming up the works too. Oh, I could just exit. I'm not doing that though. I want to win. I've come this far, you know? Though I will say, hitting the bricks always a valid strategy. Never feel shamed for deciding to just peace out. Whoa. Oh, we're gonna do it. I know I can. They started as a whiskey distillery, became the world's largest owner of alcoholic beverage lines, bought 80% of MCA. Aiming for mid-shelf liquor really works. Hey, Steel Game Style, how's it going? Give me just a moment and I will shout you out. What were you up to? So welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name's Professor Bloom. I am a music teacher. I do a lot of singing, play lots of retro games exclusively on real hardware, and play tons of Doom 2 custom megawatts. And tonight I am continuing the excellent new WAD from the Waffle House crew called Sewerlust. It's like Sunlust, but in the sewer. You get it? It's all sewer map. Dark Tartarus, how was it? Currently on a huge map from my olden called They Move Below. And I can say they sure do. I missed 2 enemies somewhere. Oh, one's a chain gunner, and he's still in the map. I missed 1 other somewhere. Oh no, there he is. Hey, that's 100%. Not too shabby. They move below. Oh, this next map, the World Reversed, has 2,469 enemies by Elven Dead here. Let's start it and see how long it looks like it's going to be, because it is already 11 p.m. Normal sewer. Nothing strange here at all. Six secrets, so could be a pretty big one.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow, Charlotte Combs. Appreciate it. Right, so it looks like pretty immediately things are opening up into a grand chamber here. This map it is flush with good ideas, Karn. Also, that's quite funny. Thank you. I'm upset I hadn't thought of that. That sounds like a spider mama died. I think given the size of this map, I may want to move this to next week and call it a night for tonight in a moment. This feels like a minimum 1 hour kind of map. I don't know, Elvin Dead, if you're still here, what do you think? Might be kind of crappy. Boo! Is there a way up from here, or is this just a pit I go in and die? That's a pit I go in and die. Oh, I'm jealous of the pizza. I wish I had some of that. I feel like a little exploration might be in order here. Ooh, that's a whole mess of vials. Don't think I want to deal with that just yet. Would love a rocket launcher, however. Nothing down here. Nope. Looks like a fall. What will kill you? Shouldn't have picked that up. Okay, that was the initial elevator control room thingy. I get up there somehow. Whoa! We're cooked. Does look like if I fall down here, I'm toast. Thank you for the follow, Alma. Appreciate it. Also, do you prefer Alma, Nova, full name every time? Alma Nova 123. Always like to try to get people's names right as well as I can. Now, what's in here? Alma works fine? Okay. Alma it shall be. Oh, I shouldn't have picked up that. Goodness. Yeah, Elvin Dead, I was just asking. Because it is quite late, what would be your estimated playthrough time for a blind play of this map? Well, yeah, in Callaghan, it's awesome. Also, this appears to be a fall in here you die pit. Oh, no, there we go. We do have an out. Close to an hour. In that case, I might call it a night and resume next week, because I think after this we only have 4 or 5 more maps. But if they're of similar scale to this, that would probably take a whole stream. Would be my guess. That's probably the right call. And I am starting to feel that twinge in my wrist, which usually means it's time to stop. Though this map's very intriguing. I'm going to take a quick look at just the monster counts for the next maps. 486, 3350, 0, terrifying, 9150, and question marks, and then we're just back in doom. All right, let me bring it back to the office. We got some big boy maps next week is what it looks like to me. Let me get some background music on. And let me tell you what I've got going on the rest of the week. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to play Friday, but it will probably be a single sitting RPG where I pick an RPG on a retro console and I sit down and I play it till I beat it. Which, for this one, I'm probably going to choose something, I guess in the upwards of 12 hours range. I'm not sure which game yet, but the ones I'm currently thinking of are either Hybrid Heaven on N64, Quest 64 on N64, Blue Forest Story on 3DO, maybe... Oh, I've seen Total Distortion. It's like a point-and-click music video type game. That looks kind of fun. Sword of Vermilion on Genesis would be around there as well. I do have a raid in mind, so let me get the raid message set up for everybody here. Will be the usual raid and tear for our Wednesday Doomin'. Oh, you preserved that recently. I'm going to have to check that out. But yes, whatever I choose on Friday, it'll probably be a pretty long stream, around 12 hours, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that's, I think, UTC -4 right now. If that's helpful for anybody, I know that is for some. But let me see who's online, who's playing either Doom or Retro. That's usually where I like to go. Let's see, what are my friends playing? Ooh, I can see Vox put 20 games into a shuffle. That's kind of fun. We've got... Zoe's playing Pikmin 2. Ooh. Got some good ones. You know what? I haven't gotten to see this in a while. My friend Nice Eggy is playing The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It's her first playthrough, and she's been playing it what I would call the right way, which is taking her time, taking notes. She draws herself a little diary to catch up on, keep herself, remembering what she's done. So that's where we're going to go. She's very nice. She's also a good singer. She participates in the VTuber choirs I organize. Right, just playing the game, seeing how it comes to you, and going from there. So let us raid and tear. So if you've got my emotes, please use them. If you don't, use whatever you got. I will also have an announcement soon for the event I'm running all May called Make Me Play It May, wherein you get to decide all of the games I'll be playing for the month of May. Wednesdays accepted. I'm just going to play Doom like usual. But it will also involve a kind of marathon stream at the end of the month, where I've got a big wheel set up with games on it, and I spin it and play what comes up on the wheel. All on real hardware. I have over 24 systems you can choose from. I got to do a lot of cable management when I set that stream up. Anyway, let's see how Eggy's doing with Ocarina of Time. Looks like she's pretty far along. So have a great night, everybody, and I will see you Friday at 6 o'clock. Thank you all for watching tonight. And if you haven't, do check out this WAD, Sewerlust. It's super good. Really awesome stuff. I will take care, don't you worry. I'm going to go stretch my wrist and go to bed. Night, everybody.